Ba-da-ba-ba. Okay, we should be good. We are good. What's going on, stream? How you guys doing? I hope you guys are well. We're trying to get things straightened out here. Bear with me a moment. Yeah, we're good. Okay, so we're currently in Pantheon. Not sure what the game plan is at the moment. Waiting to see if some more people log in. Hope you guys are doing well. Excuse me. As you can see, we did remove a few tunes from the roster. That was on purpose. Tunes we never used. What should we do? Should we dabble on the rogue while we wait? Let's dabble on the rogue while we wait. I gotta say, as far as the Monsters and Memories playtest, I enjoyed myself. Hope you guys enjoyed chilling while I was playing. Those of you that were here. We'll see what happens come the next playtest. Well, actually, I don't even know if there's going to be another playtest. Well, I would think there would almost be, right? Because I don't think they're going early access till June. And we're only in February, so March, April, May, June. Yeah, there's definitely got to be another one. Okay, where did we leave off? I have no idea. Press axe, simple club, overlap shawl. Actually, is that a... Oh, that's shoulders. We already have shoulders. Oh, cooking. Okay. Venison. Blackberries. Ores. What level are we? 10. Let me go to the bank real quick. See if we have any food items in here. We don't. Let's go see how we handle some boars. What opens the bags again? Oh my god, how do I forget? Oh, Dude. I was hitting shift and whatever else could come to mind. We have no poison, okay? Excuse me. Oh, juicy apple. Look at that. Seven a.m. Okay, the bats just disappeared. So the boars should be coming in any moment. Excuse me. Need venison, right? Gotta get back to town and lighten our bags. We stuck back? Encumbered? Can. Nice. Excuse me. Oh, yikes. We need bags. Do I have nothing at all I can stack? I have nothing at all I can stack. Okay, let's do this. Oh, I need all of these. I don't need that. Okay, we got 5 main spots there. A pouch is 1 silver. We have 39. Small sack is 8. That's for 4. I think these are good enough for now. I feel like there should be some evening where Joppa tags along with us, and we actually run him through some stuff. He goes through a lot of hurdles. We might give him a heart attack, though. We do things pretty quick. Oh, it just shuffles over. Okay, so first things first, we'll get the dusts up here. Miscellaneous trade skills stuff will go here. Well, actually, this stuff is for quests. Okay, scrap metal. Did we do the scrap metal quest yet? I don't know. We still need 9 apples. Are we under? We're okay. We're not encumbered anymore. I mean, this is proccable food. We don't really need this for anything. So on a rogue, don't need the maximum health. Movement speed would be nice. Stamina, not so much. Wisdom, no. Spell crit, no. Endurance, no. Endurance. Yeah, maybe. Okay, that freed up some space for now. We gotta figure out, okay. What all do we need? We need one more insignia, which is fine. Provisioner quests are gonna be where we gotta carry everything. We need venison. Blackberries. Apples. Boar meat. Black tea leaves. And bat meat. And a spool of rope, which I can't believe we haven't found a spool of rope. We need the 20 apples. Ghost vipers are at night. Beetle charger is up by the manor. We need more boar meat. Okay. What can we bank for the time being? We can bank, I guess, the scraps. And the empty bottle. We don't have the empty bottle quest, right? No, I think we already did that one. now. Fire lilies, moon lilies, insignia. More meat. Bandit gloves. Oh, we have the moon howlers. Alright, so we don't need those, so those can stay there for now. The flint knife we'll need if we have to level dagger. Tattered pelt can go there. Bundle of carved sticks is there. Burlap cloth bandage we don't need for the moment, so that can go there as well. Juicy apples for horses, we're not ready for that. Poison, we can sell those. Those go up here for the time being. Okay. That's all sorted. That's all sorted. Actually, move that there. And if we move that there, pop one of these anyways, just because we needed it. There. Bags are clean, good to go. Let's get out there. Still waiting for people to get on chat. I'm guessing if we're going to see them at all, it's probably within the next 15 minutes. I think one of our group members will not be on. They had a doctor's appointment today. I believe they are not going to have enough energy, which is fine. But we're waiting to see if everybody else gets on. Okay, so we need apples, blackberry. We're gonna need maple for the second stage, so I would grab this while it's here. I really wish they would fix this. Somebody pulled all these. It's nice they put this art back. These fingers were all missing for the longest time. Somebody pulled them out and didn't put them back in. Excuse me. It's a new guild forming here, it seems. Wonder if these were Ashes players. That burst damage is crazy. It's just too bad it takes so long for it to come back up. Excuse me. That's cool. We're one-shotting them so they don't have a chance to panic. Thought he had me, chat. the game... hey, the game is learnable. What do you mean? I play regular enough, chat. I know all the mob's abilities. You can do it. You just need to have time. Sorry. 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 See if we can take this guy without... Where's he going? He ran far enough away to rush? That's fantastic. Well, it's a little messy. I think we're going to use explosive decoy more often. Hey, yeah, sure, yes, this is Pantheon. Man, players complain. Oh my goodness, man! Everybody wants stuff made easier. Yeah. Okay, let's try this again. Still haven't had anybody log in yet, chat, so I'm still waiting. I think it is a holiday though, right? Isn't it like President's Day? I know one of us should be here, but they probably won't get here for another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Which is fine, we have quests here to work through. Hey, what's going on? Right on. I'm on the rogue, just working on quests in my journal. I'm not far enough away from that bandit, am I? Come over here. I don't need him. Oh, never mind. That was perfect. What did Dirt like do? Explosive decoy is fantastic. I do have to say though, chat, I did enjoy Monsters and Memories this past weekend. It was good. Corpse runs are, you know, a thing to get used to, again. But the fact that even a level 1 rogue can jump in and stealth and help you get your corpse back is fantastic. We'll see if there's another playtest in the future. They told me that Monsters and Memories goes into early access June 1st. I mean, we're in February, right? So I said this earlier. There's still March, April, and May, so who knows? Maybe another event comes up. If it does, and I jump in, will I play a different class? Probably not. I'll probably stick to the fighter. I might pick a different race, though. If I go back inside those ruins as an ogre, oh my goodness. We didn't even look at trade skills. We tried. I ran around and found all the merchants. I think I know the starting city pretty well now. I think. So if I were to start a new character, I'm pretty sure I could find my way around pretty quickly. I think. I'm training myself like I do with Pantheon for points of interest. So I pay attention to buildings, signage. I'm on 0 currently. I'm over in Boar's Alley. Or Boar Alley. Up to you, man. No worries. My rogue is, what are we, 10? Yeah, we're level 10. How'd you guys get along last night? What'd you guys end up doing? Okay. Yeah. Excuse me. Mess. Oh, there's Zyrus. We gotta stay away from him. We need you, though. Gotcha. That's my last update right there. For this quest, or their quest. Oh, done. Oh, that did very little damage. Four PM. Might get one more spawn. How dare you? Gotta go. Oh, there you are. Feel free to throw me a heal, my dude. Oh no, no. Oh, I don't need any trappers. I need boar meat. And I'm not getting it. Why are you being mean, game? Probably because I took the weekend off. .104 of 130. Okay. Apples. Maple. Yep. Hey man, what's going on? What are you doing? You just sitting down? We probably... Sorry, just gonna say we probably won't see snaps tonight. What level's Vol? 48? I thought you were higher. Well, why not? They said Voidwalker Voidface is tougher than Apex? I said it last time we were up there. I said it. I said we should try it. Yeah, now. Right, yeah, exactly, now. But I was right a week ago. Or 2 weeks ago. No, because now the time has passed. You got a DeLorean? If you have a DeLorean that can go back in time at 88 miles per hour, you got a flux capacitor, I'll let it go. And they were wrong. Hey, Vec, what's going on? I think we just need to move out of a storm. As long as everybody can move out of the storm, we're good. If you can't move out of the storm, then you probably shouldn't be there. Yes. The puddles. Yeah, the puddles. Okay, should be good there. Now we can just kill for XP. kind of hoping Cyrus would have aggroed that dude. Hey, he was harvesting a tree, and Cyrus was investigating, and he'd investigated like 4 times. I'm like, come on, aggro, aggro, aggro. But the guy moved away. I know. Cyrus aggroed somebody. I think that person thought they could take him. Uh-oh, lag. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Okay, these boxes encumbered me, so now I'm gonna call back to town while you guys are out here killing. I'm good. I'm at 16, so I should have enough for both quests. Oh, really? I guess when we did it back in the day, I guess they must have been interrupting it. Hey, Swanee, what's happening? How you doing? What was I doing? I went back and looked at video footage. Like, I never got knocked back ever fighting Aganoct. And there were like 26 of us there. This was back in February. No, I was behind Aganoct. Just got back from Mexican food and coffee with the missus. Oh, right on. Dude, that sounds fantastic. I got my coffee right here. I just don't have any Mexican food at the moment. It's going, man. It's going. I'll be honest. I enjoyed my Monsters and Memories time. We're waiting to see what the gang's doing this evening in Pantheon. We'll figure out what's going on. I think we're going to stay on these low levels and try and work on them, I think. These are classes we've never played before. We spent so much time in this game, it's ridiculous. Like, we know this front, back, up, and down, and so on. That's about it. I'm trying to figure out something else I can put on stream on off periods or off time. It's very difficult. I did Final Fantasy 1 2 weeks ago. We just finished Final Fantasy 2 last week. I'm waiting for Final Fantasy 3 to come out on Game Pass so I can pick that up and play through that. I might do all the way to 6, I'm not sure. But I tend to do it an hour or two at the beginning of stream while I'm waiting for everybody to log in, because I'm usually the first one here. And I really can't do anything until everybody else logs in. Call them the gang. I feel like they're more of a posse. Yeah. Yeah. The crew. The Crush crew. Is that too corny? It's too corny. Oh, no. Move that. Okay, that stays. Sorry, chat, give me a second here. We're playing the inventory game. By the way, can I just say, Monsters and Memories? I think we need a bit more bank space. 8 slots is not enough, man. Holy smokes. I tried to hoard away trade skill stuff to tackle at another time yesterday. Nope, wasn't happening. I forgot to mention that. I mean, I guess I could have tried putting pouches in there, but even not all pouches hold the same type of items. Callum's been working on bank stuff? Gotcha. I'm not saying we need a lot. Like, obviously you see there's 24 slots here. I'm not asking for 24 slots. But I feel like for the items that you need if you want to jump into 2 or 3 different aspects of M&M, I feel like maybe like 12 main bank slots. Your player character's fine. I get that and understand that, but dude, I was looking at 8 and it was just so tedious. But my stream knows how much I can't stand doing inventory stuff. I can switch to whatever. I'm only on the lobby because you guys weren't here. You guys are here now, so I'm down for whatever. Wait a minute, that's spot 3? What was there? 1, 2, 4. That's weird, okay. Not what it's supposed to be. Which means my inventory is now all messed up. Yes, I know. I have inventory OCD. I get it. Or whatever this is called. Everybody knows. Everything's got to line up. Sure, there are ideas, just not in those conversations. I know they did add 2 shared. I saw the 2 shared slots. That's cool. That's cool. 2, 3, 4. Why do I have everything not spaced properly? What was I thinking? So that's going to be 5, right? Yep. Oh, I know where I goofed. When I filled that first slot, I didn't move the old bag out of the way, which was right here, so then I moved that. Yeah, okay, never mind. I know where I went wrong. Whoops. Okay, dusts will go here. Do we have more of them? Dust there, gems there. We could probably start putting trade skill items here. Miscellaneous can sit there. Quest items are in the inventory currently. Am I going to need Celestium? We don't know. Put it there. I don't really want to put any of that up there. Gotta hang on to boar tusks. Okay, we have the meat. Low quality boar hide we don't need. I guess we could put that there for now. Celestium we'll put up there. This is all for quests. This is not, so that can be sold. That goes on our character. That gets sold. Boar blood. I think we need that for something later. That can be sold. That can be sold. Deer skin I don't think is used for anything. That can be sold. That blood is vendor. Bag is 6 slot. We could put it there. You know, it's funny. I'm looking at my inventory, and Swanee, I don't know if you've ever been in here when I'm on my level 50s, but if you saw Krushnek's inventory, forget about it. It's ridiculous. I don't know if I said, I know I said it last night, but I'll say it again. Thanks for hanging out with us last night in those ruins, or in that tomb. That was a lot of fun. I hadn't grouped with the bard yet, so it was nice actually seeing the bard do bard stuff. Okay, trade skill token, we haven't chosen. What did we do for the first one? We did brewing. Oh, we did provisioning. Okay, so I guess we'll keep that honest for now. I don't know what we're going to use for a second trade skill. Backpack we have, that will replace that bag there. Go ahead and put that up. Put that. And that. For those who don't know, out of my Pantheon audience, Swanee is actually part of the Monsters and Memories team. So when we were in Monsters and Memories over the weekend, we actually got to group with them last night for a bit. There. And that bag will go there. What's a great idea? Yeah, the summoners have an ability, I think, to summon something called the Relic of... it's the Relic of something. It goes in the Relic slot, and it has the utility of granting levitate, glide, what have you. Also, he showed Sky 2.0, So I think with the spring update, we're going to get the new sky. Now, it's not going to be the final product because we still need the second moon, but the new sky looks really nice. Okay, so box, the rest are bags. Well, 1.0 is what they're calling official launch. That could be 2 years from now. Okay, we've got that. That's got to be sold. Okay, so these 2 bags got to be sold. These are for quests. That's got to be sold. That's got to be banked. Gnarly EverQuest inventories, 30 slot bat. Yeah. I don't play the actual game all that often. Similar to EQ Bards. Yeah, that's what I saw. I saw it was a lot like EQ Bards. Hey Days, pretty excited for M&M. What class did you end up testing? I almost said warrior. I was on the fighter. Which I believe I would associate with a warrior. But yes, I was on the fighter. We managed to get to... What level were we? 7? 8? No, I think we made it to 9, I think, yesterday. We were in the tomb of the last Wormbane? Tomb of the Wormbane? Wormsbane? What was the place called? Wormsbane and Tomb were in the title. Tomb of the last Wormsbane, I think. I leveled a fighter during this playtest also. Seemed super strong, was doing more damage than the rogue. Really? The few internal playtests we've done, I play Bard typically. I played Necro a little bit at the start of closed alpha, and I've played a cleric every so often. Okay, gotcha. Tomb of the last Wormsbane, thank you. That's what it was. But if you who, it shows as Wormsbane too. Gotcha, right, because that's the tag that you guys would have it as in the software. I'm sure you wouldn't have properly named it in software code. That would just be a nuisance. You're gonna go Enchanter? Okay, weapons, inventory is done, quest items are separated, and that's the merchants. The database? Yeah. Okay, inventory is squared away. Still need 2 apples. I should go find an apple tree. Let me go find that apple tree. Are servers getting wiped for beta or only EA? Most people in game didn't seem to know. Well, EA is June, right? I would think that would be a wipe. Right? Beta and EA. Yeah, okay. And then from EA forward, whenever you guys announce officially that the game is out there, I guess the 1.0 of everything, the characters will just pass through. Where did what come from? Dragonbone breaches. What are they? Tank legs? It sounds like those are the new tank legs from Graveyard that Krushnek has. I could be wrong. You know what? Let me switch over to Krushnek now real quick just to check. March 1st is beta, EA's June. Interesting that beta launches on a Sunday. EA characters are planning to stay through 1.0 and onwards. 1.0 will most likely add some new fresh start servers. Gotcha. All launches. Oh, Ali launches that stuff. Typically, he's in Bahrain and his work week starts on Sunday. Oh, see? There you go. There you go, Dazed. You got your answer. Us North American snobs. Not even a thing. Remember, it's only North America we have like the weekends. Everybody else has got to work like 7 days a week. But I think in places like Spain, they get to sleep 2 or 3 times a day or something. We gotta wait for the login, boss chat. Some people say it's a bug. It's not a bug. They had a thing back in the day where a lot of players, because they use a shard system here for testing, a lot of players would group up and then they'd go to specific spots, camp certain targets, and then immediately camp over to another shard, reform, and kill the target there as well. It drew a lot of heat. So all of a sudden, mysteriously, a few days later, this logout boss, or login boss as I call it, started to happen. People thought they broke the client, but I'm fairly certain it's here to stop people. It's to stagger people from shard jumping. And no one's going to convince me any different, because I was there when the whole thing unraveled, or the whole thing unfolded. People want to call it a bug. It's not a bug. Middle East is Friday, Saturday weekend. Gotcha. Love most of the classes I tested in early levels, except Wizard. Feels underwhelming. Guessing at level 8 it gets better. See, I'm not a caster type person. Like, you guys see me with a necromancer here, but I've never played. Quite a number of people here. I've never played a caster main line or what have you. Nope. The legs are called the enchanted plate legs, so I don't know where those Dragonbone breaches come from, but I'd have to say probably somewheres in Hangor. Could be. So this is Krushnek. This is my level 50 warrior. This is my main character that I've had since the beginning of EA. We've killed everything in the game. He's pretty much best in slot, or almost best in slot. This game uses a unique appearance setup currently. So for example, if I saw somebody dressed like this with the knowledge that I have of the game, I know where they got these shoulders, I know where they got this helmet, I know where they got this breastplate, I know where they got these gloves. So they did it, and I know where I got these boots, or what have you. It's pretty cool because they want players to feel like recognized. So if you go out and you do your work and you run your dungeon, you kill your bosses, and you go on your raids and you kill your bosses and you pick up the loot and you put it on, they want to be able to run through the zone and have people stop and go, oh, wonder where he got those from, wonder where she got those from. So anyhow, I don't play Krushnek too often anymore because there's not really anything for him at the moment, being level 50. I'm here. What's going on? Oh, are they dark? Oh, wait, they're cloth? I think Warchief used to drop Dire Lord legs. Are they for a Dire Lord? No. They probably sprinkled some new loot throughout there then. Logging out should put you to character screen or server select not log in. Yeah. We're doing something similar. The items will look like where they came from. Gotcha. Now, I get it. And it's cool and all, but I'm a Barbie. Like, if I log into EQ2 and I show you my inventory and all the armor I've kept in my inventory so that when I feel like I want to dress or look a certain way, I can do that. You can't do that here. I don't have, like, a matching set for this theme, for, like, these shoulders. I don't have a matching set for these gloves. I don't have a matching set for this breastplate. So they are unique items, and there's no, like, in EverQuest 2, for me, it's pretty awesome because not only did they have your inventory slots, but they had external slots around called appearance. So you could have on your best gear, but you could also socket in the appearance tabs any gear for however you want your character to look. Wasn't a big deal. It's not like there was PvP involved, so what have you. But I always thought MMO should have an appearance slot next to all the main pieces of armor, like your breastplate and then an appearance slot, your legs and an appearance slot. And that way people could put on gear, go around and collect a bunch of different gear and, but outside of World of Warcraft's transmog system, nobody else really does that. So, at least today. Pantheon. The only thing is with transmog, you lose the item that you're transmogging into, right? But with EverQuest 2, you just need more space. Fashion, yes. Like I said, I'm a huge Barbie. I've been a Barbie for a very long time. So, if I can go and put unique shoulders on with spikes coming out of them or bones coming out of them, and I can match crafted armor with it to make it all look good, I'll do it. You don't want me to log into EQ2, Crush? You got level 130, fully raid geared from the previous expansion. Yeah, no, I'm not going back into EQ2 because I'll end up like looking for a guild and raiding, and then I'll get lost in there again. Now see, I'm so much of a Barbie. This game has a thing where when you log into the game, by default, it displays your alternate weapon. So if you notice, it's showing my bow that I have currently, but I can't unsheath my weapon. I should be able to unsheath. So what you have to do is, you have to unequip it, put it back on, and then you get your graphic. Ask who? What are you going to ask Apex? Oh. It is Swan. It's pretty cool. It's unique. It drops off the current raid boss in the game. You can see the sigils here actually shift and change. And the blade is made of smoldering, or smolder. Smolder has to do with the area over here in this zone that we're in currently. The end game dungeon right now is underneath that mountain range. It's called the Enclave. I'll say this. If you ever wanted to take some time to catch up and see, what's in Pantheon, if you go to YouTube and search for my name at Krushnek, and you click on the live tab on my page, it's a very small page, but if you go and click on the live tab, my entire playthrough was there from last December, from day one of early access. So there's like 400 videos there. Full streams, not edited, no highlights. So if you wanted to skip through or see what's in the, by all means, all of it's there. I'm pretty sure I'm the only person on the internet that has all that information out there, but the whole game is there. I just don't have it time-coded or anything, so you'd have to skip through or 1.5 or what have you. But all the content's there, all the dungeons, not all the classes. I've been mostly a warrior, but we have played a paladin, a necro, a rogue, a monk, an enchanter. Actually, we played 8 warriors over the last 3 years. So I've gone through character wipes before, and I'm all for it. Character wipes, unfortunately, destroy the population because a bunch of people complain about how much time they put into their tune, and they feel like that character should carry through. Clearly, they're a little too attached to their tunes, because when you're in development, if a wipe happened Monday and then it's going to happen Friday, it's going to happen Friday. Like, you can cry and complain and kick your feet and what have you. I've lost characters in this game before. Like, I just wish people wouldn't get... What's up, Fancy Feet? I need them flipped. You offering? But yeah, like more people need to understand that in development, like it's your decision whether or not you want to put time into a game. It's nobody else's decision. Nobody that's building a game should give a care about your feelings except making the game, and whoever wants to play it should jump in and play it. So when people all of a sudden kick their feet up and start crying and complaining and picking their ball up and saying, well, I don't think they should do a character wipe, I think we should have our characters straight on through. That's ignorance speaking. And we've talked about this on stream like 30 times in the last like year and a half. But with that said, like we need resets. We need resets. There's a reason for having it. Like Pantheon, for example, is due to have a pretty significant what they're calling a spring update, and it's further mechanics and progression, and it's supposed to be sometime between now and June. And when it happens, it's going to be their largest update to date, and it's going to change the way the game operates. People were just absolutely kicking a stink about, they shouldn't have to reset characters. They're changing the way combat works. They're changing, like, the bare bones, the base elements of the game, and people still want to hold on to their characters because they put time into it and so on. Like, stop testing games. Stop jumping into games in development, please. Just stop doing it. You're going to ruin it for yourself. You're going to ruin it for other people. You could clearly enjoy your time going into another game that's already launched and play it however you feel. But man, the sourness that people bring into this game and other games that are in development is absolutely mind-blowing. Like, I've been like 4 character wipes in this game. 3 character wipes. Three or 4 character wipes. So, like, people complaining about wanting to hold on to the characters, you clearly don't know what it's like to test something. If this game, so we have what? We have this game, we have Monsters and Memories, we have, I think Camelot Unchained is still being worked on. It magically resurfaced like 2 months ago in a news article. Any time in development that they want to hit reset, you have no choice. Pantheon, when it went into early access, there was only a small audience that came from Seasons, okay? And I've said this before. So this many people came from Seasons into early access. When early access opened up on Steam, this many people jumped in. Like, Pantheon sold like over 13,000 copies on Steam. They had 8,000 positive reviews. It was crazy the love Pantheon got when it launched. But the problem was, over the next 4 or 5 months, this many people went down to this many people because this many people should never have been in a game in development in the first place because it started to ruin their mood and they started to ruin other people's moods, so they left the game. So then the people that are actually playing the game are still trying to work on it and make the game what it is today. A bunch of people that are out there watching this content all of a sudden start complaining and moaning that, oh, Pantheon is dying because the population's collapsing and there's nobody playing them. The game is in development. Like, you guys need to get your head out of your butts, and you need to understand that this isn't launch. It's not official. Dude, like, I put up with it all the time because I stream Pantheon every day. I'm like the only person that streams Pantheon every day, and I've done it for a very long time, so I've had to listen to it over and over again. And I wish you all would just smarten up, those of you that take issue with it. Just stop playing the game and wait till it launches. Like, holy smokes. Holy smokes. The characters literally would no longer function. Right, exactly. I just stopped playing until the wipe. Yeah, Radiant, right, which is what people should do. Like, stop complaining about losing your character. Because, I'll tell you, they've said that after this wipe at Spring, they're hoping to not do another wipe until 1.0. Now, if 1.0 takes them another year and a half, they're hoping they don't have to reset up until then because they're not planning to change any other core mechanics of the game up to that point. So it doesn't matter whether you have a level 50 tune or a level 10 tune at that time. However, if 6 months down the road, they have a meeting and they're like, guys, we got to do a reset. We got to start everybody over. then they got to start everybody over. Like I said, if you don't want that, stop playing this game. Stop it. This game, other games, whatever. Just stop playing them and go play something else that you'll like to play until these games come out of development. Okay, sorry guys. I was on a rant. What? Oh, what are we doing? Oh man. Okay, I'm on my way. Not as a healer, to the trenches. Ashes, oh yeah, say hello. Let's not talk about Ashes at the moment, man, until some court stuff comes out, because if the news that came out over the last 3 days is something, they're in trouble. We're not going to talk about it here because I haven't seen anything indefinite, but I've talked to a couple of people Saturday and yesterday morning, and holy smokes, does this not look good for Intrepid. Does this not look good at all? Oh, man. Oh, dude, I was looking forward to Ashes. I've said this before. I want all these games to succeed. Pantheon, Monsters and Memories, Ashes, Crowfall, Chronicles of Illyria, Horizons, Arcage, Terra, Star Wars Galaxies, all of them. When they fail, it's a problem because the less product that we have in a certain genre, the less eyes that pay attention. So now there's only 2 or 3 MMORPGs being worked on that aren't out officially, and there are 6 or 7 that have closed or shut down. In a couple cases, shadily, then all of a sudden these MMOs suffer, right? You end up with small teams, skeleton crews, desperately trying to work on something without having to worry about those eyes coming to their product. And then when they get a product, they hope to attract those same eyes. It's rough right now. And I'll say another thing. As much as people want to get their panties in a twist and excited over PvP, you really shouldn't have PvP as a focus in an MMORPG today. This isn't 20 years ago. This isn't DAOC. This isn't Lineage. This isn't Aeon. You need PvE, primarily. You do. And we're not going to argue about it. I'm going to give you the common sense. People want to be able to jump in, hang out, talk to people, get stuff done, log out. You can't do that every day coming into a PvP game. You can't do it. It's not possible. You end up going from WoW, which allows everybody to do everything, and you can sit there and go, oh yeah, but there's PvP in WoW too. Yeah, I get it, but it's arena. It's arena PvP. Nobody does mass PvP in World of Warcraft. It's arena-based PvP. EQ2 had Battlegrounds. It's the same thing. It's this much PvP to this much PvE, which is how it should be. But a PvP-centric game just doesn't fly today. You've got Elder Scrolls Online. You've got Guild Wars 2 right now. You've got, I think Black Desert Online does PvP also. But ESO and Guild Wars 2 at the end game right now are nothing but PvP. And people only play PvP 2 or 3 nights out of the week for 3 or 4 hours and they leave it alone. So today, the mentality of players today is not PvP based. And I know it sucks to hear if you're a PvPer, but if you like PvP, you should go to a MOBA, you should go to an FPS, you should go to an extraction shooter, but you got to get out of the MMORPG market because you're not going to see a successful PvP-based game. The only one I can think of right now that's in development is Camelot Unchained, and I don't think that's going to work either if that manages to come out. So I think my top 3 are Androlin. Androlin, that's Evercraft, right? Used to be Evercraft. Core changes of economy designs, lots of logging, good tooling can help with the latter. Less people motivated to get into the space, yeah. You gotta hop onto Androlin Online next time. They do a playtest. Feels the most refined development-wise. Used to be Evercraft. You keep me updated as to when the next session is, and I will see about checking it out. I will say, and it's not because Swanee's sitting here right now, but I had no intention of jumping into Monsters and Memories right now. I did have intention on jumping into Monsters and Memories and Ashes of Creation when they launched, But my addiction has been Pantheon, as you guys know. You guys have been here long enough to know that I've been playing this game every single day for years. I really enjoyed this past weekend in Monsters and Memories, both Saturday and Sunday. I did. I didn't think I was going to, but I did. Where are you guys? Okay, I'm coming now. I was up at camp 2. I'm coming. I swear to God, if you get me killed. You bugger, I was trying to save your ass, and if I die. Okay, broken. Whew. We have battle points? I need 2 battle points. Where's this guy? Their sessions are super sporadic, nowhere near as often as M&M has been. I think they did 3 sessions for all of 2025. Had a good weekend too, like hanging out in game for sure. Hey, look, I was paying attention to the OOC chat and so on. Like, there was a lot of positive stuff this past weekend for the majority of people that were playing the game or taking part in it, which was good to see. Alright, so we have a Dire Lord with us, so I'm going to let them tank. So, we are in an area known as Silent Plains. That's the zone that we're in. And this area here is known as the Smoldering Trenches. This is a level 33 plus zone, or when I say zone, consider it region, because they're trying to be seamless with the game. So the region here is called Smoldering Trenches. Up and back here by this mountain range, there's an entrance that takes you into what's called the Enclave. It's my favorite area in this game right now. It's 40 plus, it takes you 40 to 50, and it's got the main raid boss in the belly of it, or in the bottom of it. It's a pretty cool crawl. It's very tricky, it's challenging. You can die 1,000 ways from Sunday, but it's a lot of fun. And I mean, if you've been here long enough, you already know that I hot knife this game like it's butter. I love this game. Thoroughly. And we only have not even 1 continent filled out yet. We still have 2 more continents coming, so that'll be pretty cool. My problem is, which is why I'm considering Monsters and Memories more so whenever I get the opportunity to jump in, I don't want to know everything. And right now, on this continent, in this game, I know everything. I know how all the mobs operate. I know all their abilities. I know where all the loot is. I know the zones. I don't need a map. I've never looked at a map. I know all the quests. I know how to complete them. I know everything about this game right now. And it's a problem, because if I keep going as they put in the new continents, I'm going to start learning all that stuff too. And then when they finally get around to launching, I'm worried that I'm not going to enjoy myself because I won't not know anything. That's my problem. That's my problem right now, is I'm worried that I don't want to know everything when the game launches. I love testing, but I wish Men in Black would show up and do that little flashy thing in my face when they launch. I don't want to know everything. I don't. But I have a feeling I will. I am running now. I was yapping again. No, Rallick. can I go back to Monsters and Memories? What do you mean, Cross? Next time the game's open? Sure, man. Jump back in. The exploration part is fun. It is. Just take a year break. EQ raid guilds call it. Nope. Not happening. If I go back to RotF, I'll be there for another decade. Remember, my sword's gonna annoy you, doesn't it? So this sword is not just the strongest weapon in the game currently, but it has a fire AoE that procs every now and then. You may watch when I'm swinging, you'll see these pulses that'll explode. It's AoE damage and it's splash damage. So if we're fighting a mob and there's a mob mez right here and my sword procs, it's gonna break that mez. So that's why I was letting the enchanter know you're gonna have to be careful. Super sad day, another EQOG passed last week. The lead art guy. Oh, really? He made the original logo and worked as an artist and lead artist in my case of Discord. Oh, wow. I didn't know, man. Actually, I might have known. Did they showcase him on the EverQuest show? I think I saw the EverQuest show last week. Was it the EverQuest show? I can't remember. I think it was the EverQuest show. They might have talked about him. Somebody talked about him. I believe presently I am the best geared warrior in the game, currently. I think. Only thing I'm missing are bracers. Mind you, there's not a whole lot of us playing at the moment. Sure, what am I looking for? It's just a... Oh! You want me to check the back ramp? Did you check the back ramp here? Okay. Fine. Vol is so needy. Urgh, my god, I can't get him off my leg, man. I didn't not like hearing it. Hey, Sparkling, what's happening? Has Pantheon locked up funding to complete the game? Yes. Yes, they have, Sparkling. Which is fantastic for me. Don't give me the login boss, please. Shoot. Alright, we got the login boss. They want me to scout camps. See if we can find a camp for them. So we're gonna go look at a couple sites. We have a couple. We have a member of ours that hasn't hit 50 yet, and they really want to hit 50 before the reset, and they don't have the same kind of active schedule as we do. So we're trying to capitalize on getting them there as quickly as possible. So I'll whine and complain, and you'll hear me on previous streams whine and complain about Smoldering Trenches, because it's one of the better places to go to when you're trying to grind out 40 to 50. I got so tired of it because we've been there 1,000 times. Like, I'd rather go crawl something else. But the risk of death versus the XP earned is greater anywhere else in the game right now. So that's why we're trying to get him to 50, so he can say he at least has a level 50. Or that his tune hit level 50. Excuse me. All of this is the Enclave. Mountain range here, and it goes all the way over there, and all the way down into the world. Like, it's significant. I'm just going to cut in here for a second. Shard 1, it's clear. There's nobody here. Camp 1 all the way through to ramp. Anybody got a lion cub I can hoist? Good old Pride Rock. I'm not about to shout Lion King. Outside of this stream, I watched a few of the co-development streams for Pantheon, but I'm very much out of the loop. So, when Co had his streams a few years back with the game was under a different appearance. It looked differently. The dungeon they showed, the dungeon they showed back then, I don't think is here now. They had to switch engines for the game. So whatever engine they were on before, they ended up switching over to Unity. I think they might have been Unreal in the previous version. They're over on Unity 6 currently. So the art style and appearance has changed. But at the time when they had done this last year, they were a very small team. You know, finances, Brad McQuaid, the spearhead of Visionary Realms, passing away a few years ago, was pretty crippling for Visionary Realms. They've been trying to work fervently, just like with my understanding of Monsters and Memories, small number of people desperately trying to work on the passion project. They treated this the same way. Now recently, they had just come into some angel investors who really like what they've seen with the game, and they want this game to succeed. So they have enough faith in Visionary Realms that they've invested or donated enough money to fund their development. So the game will be coming out, and they were able to actually grow their team, or they have been able to grow their team over the last few months. So they went from being a skeleton crew, and a lot of people don't realize this because they go on and bitch and complain about a game is in development for 10 years or 11 years, that nonsense. And before I go on my little rant here, 2 words, Star Citizen, which tells you, not you particularly, but anybody who knows what I'm talking about, to shut up. We don't need to hear it. Star Citizen. You don't need to complain about the 10 years it's taken for this game to come out. Star Citizen. 2 words. Conversation's over. Give these guys $1 billion. Give Monsters and Memories $1 billion. You'll have your game. Again, Star Citizen. Stop talking about it. Stop bringing up 10 years development. You're immature. We're all adults. So you're an adult acting like a child. It's gross. Although me complaining right now, that's gross too. But I don't care. I'm allowed to do it. It's my channel. So, anyhow, over the years of development, at least the past 6 or 7 years, Visionary Realms pretty much had to cut most of their team. They actually have had their members work for free while building Pantheon, while holding other jobs. Like they are really behind this project coming out. And a lot of the internet out there is ignorant and they don't know, and because they don't do their homework and they just speak out their butt. And I know I've probably annoyed some of you, but that's the truth. I can't make this stuff up. That's the truth. So. Oh, you're on Unity also? Okay, right on. Now again, like I said, we only have 1 continent in-game currently. The 1 continent is not fully done. We're still missing like 3 regions or 4 regions to be put in. Once that's done, my understanding is they're going to introduce the 2nd continent and then start building on that one. Now, I believe, and I don't know because I have no ties to Visionary Realms. They don't communicate with me or nothing. I'm just a huge addict, watch your mouth, addict to this game. But I believe they have more content under the original graphical engine that just hasn't been converted yet, because I believe it doesn't fit in with their production plan currently, or their development plan currently, because I've seen footage over the years of content that we don't have here now, and I know it's coming in. They just have to convert it to Unity. So, and yes, because I'm the only person who has streamed this game religiously almost every day, I see all the people that come in here and come up with all the excuses. Pantheon's population is dying, game's failing. Pantheon doesn't have enough content, they haven't played the game. Pantheon's never gonna come out. Pantheon's blah blah blah. Like, it's the amount of ignorance on everybody on the internet is ridiculous. I'm not even a full-time streamer. I only do this 3 to 4 hours a day because I work offline during the day. If I was a full-time streamer, it'd be a different story. Maybe I'd have put more money or more time towards Monsters and Memories, Ashes of Creation, whatever else is out there. But I am not. I'm a small streamer who does limited hours. I try to game when I can, but I try to make it as fun and educating as I can, you know? I like to consider myself a people person. I get along with everybody. I've always said my entire life, if you don't like me, you better have one hell of a reason. And that's the truth. Don't just talk out your ass. Don't just type your fingers because you got nothing else going on. Is Wizard played frequently? Talent, you mean in Pantheon? I would say yes. But I know a number of wizards who aren't playing currently until the reset. Yeah, Dazed is right. Wizard was reworked, and it's a pretty OP class right now until the spring update. They say the same things about Eminem. I'm sure. Yeah, it's the internet's just ridiculous. Like, and you have to keep in mind, I promise you, there are next to no kids playing either one of these games. 99.8% of the active population are adults. So when you see people typing ignorant stuff, just remember that they're adults talking like children. I see it almost every day. In the littlest bit and in the greatest bit, but I see it every day. And again, I don't mean to be Leo DiCaprio on the front of the Titanic with his arms outstretched, singing the game's praises to the heavens. I'm just saying, do some homework. Like, don't speak unless you know, right? Don't speak because you think. Speak because you know. And I can say that. And as far as the development of the game, whatever comes out of my mouth is fact, and you have no choice but to believe me, because as I mentioned earlier in the evening, if you go over to YouTube and search for my name, you're going to see over 400 videos of this game. Everything I say is fact, because you can hold me to it. All I can do to you is try and take your word, or in this case, take your text. So remember that. Anything I say is not blowing smoke. The proof is there, you just gotta go find it. It's not my fault if you're lazy. I know, I was yapping. I'm here. So the warrior class is pretty cool because the warrior class in Pantheon has a system called the banner system. So you'll see I have these 3 stances. This is your stance bar here. You don't see the actual hotkeys, but this is what this is. It's a stance bar. And for the warrior has the ability to put certain banners as they level into these stances. You can have 3 at a time. So this green one, for example, is our block banner. It's called the shieldsman banner. So as you see, when I plant it down for 5 minutes, as long as I stay within 10 meters of the banner, my block chance and block rating are increased. Then we come over here to the blue banner. If I put this one down, you can only have 1 down at a time. If I put this one down, the banner of onslaught, for 5 minutes, as long as the group stays within 10 meters, I boost their DPS, both melee and casting. And then over here with the red flag, the challenger's banner, 10 meters, threat increase. So if I'm ever in a group where I'm having trouble holding aggro, I can put the challenger's banner down and increase my threat. The issue is I miss out on using the other ones because you can only use 1 at a time, and there's no one universal banner, so you have to think smart when it comes to putting your banners down, where they only last 5 minutes. If you have any questions, Swanee, feel free to ask, or anybody for that matter. Like I said, I've done everything in the game. And we have some pretty knowledgeable viewers that hang out here as well. So if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask them. So my sword doesn't break all the messes. I'm just a nuisance. That's right. There you go. Teamwork makes the med stick. That's the new phrase. So we're going to do a bit of a tag team thing now. So with the Dire Lord tanking, the Dire Lord typically needs additional seconds to build threat because they have to stack what are known as their enraging phantoms. With that said, the mob typically won't move if the Dire Lord moves until it has enough stacks of phantoms on its target. With the warrior has a snap threat, so when I hit it for 3 seconds, whatever I hit is going to go wherever I go. So what we're going to do now, because this is a high-functioning group that tends to keep multiple mobs in camp, I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to pick a target and taunt it, and I'm going to bring it over to the rock here, and that way the Dire Lord picks it up. Nope. I don't know why he won't come over here. Yeah. My only problem is if I'm out there in the sword procs, I'm gonna end up breaking everything. I think it's 10 meters. So you're a fan now, looking forward to 3 months. So you're a fan. Am I a fan now of Wetchy? Monsters and Memories? The sword is crazy. I think you should go warrior. Hey, howdy, what's happening? I feel sometimes like it might be too late to start some games because there's a lot of content still to come. There's a feature group at the low level. Well, so it's Monday evening, so it's on a holiday, so it's probably not the best time to tell. But if we go... You could typically... Let's say you do the first 8 levels yourself. So we'll say 8 to, what, 25? All zones. So on a Monday night right now, there's about 30 people in that level range, I would say. Throughout the week, there typically tends to be a bit of a smaller population at low and mid level. Now, you need to keep in mind, a lot of people are not playing currently because they're all waiting for the spring update. They don't want to spend their time in here doing stuff that won't persist. So you have to factor that in. But to the pool of people, I'll say this, to the pool of people that are playing right now, those of you that aren't playing right now, you need to be grateful that these many people are playing the game. Because if it wasn't for this many people, you might not have a game, right? Like the people that are in here right now, you can consider them the faithful. Except for the odd, maybe Ashes of Creation player who's decided to give this a go. I don't know if there are any, but maybe. But you have to understand the people playing right now, everybody in this group right now, we're the faithful. We're here until this game launches. Like, the hundreds and hundreds of players that I've met in this game over the last 2+ years, they're all still here in some fashion or form. Like, there's nothing else out there being developed like Pantheon. Just like there's nothing else out there being developed like Monsters and Memories. Or Ashes of Creation, which unfortunately is not a thing anymore. But you guys have to root for both Pantheon and Monsters and Memories. And you might sit there and go, I don't have to root for any of those games. Yes, you do, because if you don't root for them, you won't have any MMOs to play. It won't happen. You're not going to sit there and go, oh, some company will come along and create a game in 5 years and everything will be fine. No, they won't. They'll go do an extraction shooter, and you'll have another one. What, they just brought out High Guard? I think High Guard, I guess Arc Hunters, High Guard. Like, MMORPGs aren't a thing. We need MMORPGs. We need the games where we can sit, make friends, hang out for a few hours, and have fun. You can't do that on an FPS, an extraction shooter, a MOBA, an RTS. You know, it's short-term, 15-20 minute maps or whatever. Never the same people. Never the same experience, mind you, but you'll have a whole lot worse experiences in those genres than you will in this one. So, there is that. But we should all want MMORPGs to succeed. We might not want to play them, but we should still hope for them to succeed. I've seen so many podcasts the past 3 weeks, and the subject always comes up, what is happening with the MMO world? And a lot of people have issues because they're seeing declines everywhere when it comes to MMORPGs. Whether it's Final Fantasy XIV, ESO, Guild Wars 2, World of Warcraft. Now, with all that said, nothing is definite. I mean, I would not want to see it, but there's a chance that Pantheon, Monsters and Memories, Andrew and Online, they all go away. It could happen. We hope it doesn't, but it could happen. What if it does? What are you going to do? You're going to sit there in the dark with your lamp on, staring at the internet, wondering what to do, and then you're going to have to go look in a mirror, because it's your own fault that these games don't exist. Tell me I'm wrong. Unless you guys are going to create a game. If you guys are going to create a game, keep me in the loop. Let me know. Is there a wipe in the spring? Yes, there is. What happens in the spring? So they're rewriting the way combat is done in Pantheon. It seems like it's going to be pretty cool. But in order to do it, we need to forget about everything we've already done. So there's going to be a wipe in the spring, there's going to be new servers with all the new mechanics and technology and design, And we're all going to get to play in that for quite a while. Hopefully until they launch. Because once they do the spring update, they shouldn't have to rewrite any other mechanics. The main reason for this reset is because they're changing the core mechanics of the game. It's not because they're changing the look of the game, they're changing how the game plays. Pantheon looks kind of cool, but dude, you should give it a go. By all means. People should give it a go. I have so many people come in here that keep telling me they're on the fence about Pantheon or Monsters of Memories or Ashes of Creation or what have you. You should just jump in. You either jump in or you play something else until the game launches. I mean, my understanding is, if I'm not mistaken, and if Swanee's still here, he can correct me, but I'm pretty sure Monsters and Memories, if you tune into their streams when they're streaming, I believe you have the opportunity or the chance every now and then to get into the game. So if you're interested in Monsters and Memories, you might want to take some time and jump into an M&M stream and check it out. I think, is it A Loving Robot? He's one of the dudes, right, for Monsters and Memories, I think? So if you don't know who streams Monsters and Memories, mainly, you could try A Loving Robot. I'm pretty sure that's his name, ALOVINGROBOT. So when he's streaming, you can jump in and see how Monsters and Memories is going. I don't know of anybody else. Maybe Swanee can put somebody else, if he knows somebody else who streams. I don't know, do you stream it, Swanee? You don't stream it, do you? I mean, if you stream it, check out you. And don't get me wrong. Yes, I'm the most consistent Pantheon streamer. I'm not going to tell you that you should jump into my stream every day to follow. I mean, who am I not to say that? But if there's other people playing Pantheon as well, feel free to jump in there. Joppa, of course, you know, Joppa Vash. He's the creative director. He's your main dude for information on Pantheon. And for those who don't know, Joppa Vash, Joppavash. So he's the main dude behind Pantheon right now as far as any sort of what you would consider advertising or getting the game out there. He does some work every now and then and shows you what he's working on. I believe he's streaming this evening. I think he's in a group on his Cleric, I believe. One of the devs is streaming right now. There you go. So one of the Monsters of Memories devs is streaming right now. Excuse me. What's your opinion regarding the Shaman class? Is the class similar to EQ? Similar in the respect that they're the buff class. Yes, they have some pretty cool buffs. I believe the Shaman in Pantheon has a better time soloing than the EQ Shaman. Typically with the EQ Shaman, you had to level the Shaman pretty significantly and get certain spells in order to somewhat solo. But in Pantheon, Shamans can solo pretty regularly as long as you know, pay attention to the content that you're fighting. Shamans are pretty cool. Rating point yet, or is there actually low-level raid guilds? Oh, an EQ you mean? Oh, I must have missed that. I must have missed the EQ talk. I'm on the Cinderfolk, but I was just taunting the fanatic off of you. Nope. Couldn't get the mez. Thankfully, we're already maxed experience, so we're not losing anything. That was too many mobs. Raiding on EQ Live is fun for a few months. You'll be best in slot in 2 to 3. For 30 active EQ Live raid guilds. Yeah, raiding in EQ is phenomenal. Alright, I'm out. Time to get the kiddos to sleep. I may be back. Okay, Swanee, have a good evening. If I'd have had a shield on, we would have been okay. Well, it's no worries. I'm sure you did. I like how you said the fanatics in the break next, and there's 2 fanatics. Sorry, chat. As you can tell, I've got the group on audio as well, but you guys can't hear them. I'd like to have them on stream, but there's a reason for that. There's a lot of random background noises and stuff from different people, and it comes across on stream, and it could be a little off-putting. I'm comfortable with it, but I don't want to put you guys through it, so that's why I don't have the group on stream. If it wasn't for all the background environmental noise that happens, I would have them on stream, but the people that I run with, it gets noisy. I had auto attack turned off. I was just backing up in a circle. Who do you think you group with? All of the gear is slot dependent now. Oh, on EQ, yeah. Talisman, 58, 48, 80, 50, 52, 60. What is it? Divine favor? Illumination? Body? Well conceived? Idiocracy. It's so good. It's good. Augments and EQ are a grind, yes. They most certainly are. Excuse me. But they're meant to be because of how powerful they are. They're not meant to just be handed out. That'd be boring. You're so dumb. Man, what? Man. How many times have I told you guys to stop talking about XP? Because every time you do, we die. Every time. It's like every time. Guy, to the new people, I wish I was exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating. Every time someone brings it up, we wipe. Or something foolish happens. Dude, I was just thinking the same. Like, you know, that's when you know someone's digging the game, when they're starting to take notes on their own personal performance. Trying to stay back just a little bit, chat, so that my proc doesn't make these messes. Like I just broke that mess. I didn't mean to, it just happens. Sword's got a mind of its own. Nails. Oh, we have a hare. Gotcha. Driving. Dies and he stays alive, that's all that matters. I mean, yeah, there's a bunch of really good warriors out there. No, not so much. What was that Tom Cruise movie? Or maybe it was Matt Damon movie where he was a samurai. He was like the only white dude and the last samurai. That's me. It might have been that one. That's me. The last great hope for the warrior. I mean, God, that's not so egotistical. I tank everything. I've tanked everything, I've killed everything. I don't lose aggro, even the new wizards. I'm not saying I'm phenomenal, but I know a lot of people have had a lot of problems with a lot of warriors that have tank potential, because I've had to read all the Discord warrior stuff and listen to all the nonsense that they do in Joppa streams, and it's ridiculous. The warrior's phenomenal, and I'm living proof, and I don't know what else to say about it, but I like to think I'm pretty good. But I'll let my group speak for me. I do. If you're not using a shield as a warrior, I don't care who you are, what guild you're with, or if it's your best friend or your spouse, you're a moron. Right now, the best way for a warrior to tank is with the shield in the offhand. If not, you're losing 4 abilities off your hotbar. Don't talk to me, go play something else. I've had people jump in the stream every now and then. Oh, I tank everything two-hand or dual wield, whatever, and everything's just fine. Yeah, well, you're still doing it wrong. The big issue with the warrior, as far as I'm concerned with my playability, the warrior can't hold aggro to a dire lord or paladin in a raid situation. So for example, if we're in Tel Daedrus or Agonoth and somebody asks me to tank as a warrior, I'll step up, but paladins and dire lords don't pay attention to their shit and they'll pull aggro off me really easily. The thing is, it's difficult for the warrior. Except with the warrior, our snap taunt comes up once every like 30 seconds. 30 seconds is a long time in a raid fight, so I won't get aggro back for 30 seconds. Which means TD is going to run around the room, tail swipe in front of everybody, the warrior is going to get blamed, and it's going to be the paladins and dire lords' fault because they were dumb and didn't pay attention to their abilities. That's typically how it goes. So the one problem right now with the 3 tanks is that the warrior needs DPS brought up. We don't need DPS brought up. We don't really need litigation brought up because, like I said, I've tanked everything in the game. But threat is a problem. However, if I'm not with a dire lord or paladin, nobody's pulling aggro off me. But that's just by design, and VR already knows it. So hopefully with the mastery system coming out, the defensive stance or the defensive path for the warrior will amplify their threat or taunt capability, I hope. I will. 3 seconds. So, for example, if you've done Tel Daedrus, you know in stage 2, they get us to all pile up and they face certain directions. Sometimes she'll aggro a paladin or a wizard or a dire lord and stay in the pile longer than she should. Iroxor or somebody will send me a tell and say, hey, can you give me a hand? And I'll snap taunt and then pull her out to Irox and then return to the pile again. So in that respect, yes, we have the best taunt as far as taunt gain, but it's only 3 seconds and then we've lost it the minute a dire lord gets, I think, 5 phantoms or 6 phantoms, or a pally puts down Aegis and just starts using their abilities. So. Yeah. I'll be perfectly honest, and as egotistical as it sounds, I don't think there's anybody that plays warrior better than I do. And I've got hundreds of players that I will attest to it because they keep telling me this, and I have no choice but to listen to them. So like the warrior's just fantastic. Like there's nothing wrong with the warrior. It's just people need to think differently about what they're doing, how they're playing, what rotation they're using, when they're using certain skills, how they're positioned, what's the group doing, who's standing where. Rather than yell at somebody to move, just take the mob over to a certain area where you know they're no longer going to get hit, so the healer doesn't have to expend all that mana, and it runs out of mana, and the mob's not dead, and then everybody dies. So, and not a lot of people put that much thought into it, but I do, because I'm a nerd. I don't have any other reason. That's just it. Some might say too many. I do. So, yeah. Yeah, this is my 8th warrior in 3 years, and when the reset happens, it'll be Krushnek number 9 or warrior number 9. The reason why I have 2 level 50 warriors right now is because 6 or 7 months ago, when they brought in the agility change to the warrior, we used to have a dozen high-level warriors that were on the field. 11 of them stopped playing because they didn't have agility because agility wasn't on plate armor. There was no plate armor with agility, not until Enclave showed up. And even then, it's only 2 pieces that were worthwhile, and it wasn't enough. However, when that agility change came in, I winded up playing that night because I couldn't believe that with all the gear that I had, I couldn't get my agility up, so my skills wouldn't operate the way I was comfortable with how they were working before. However, that Friday and Saturday, I stayed with it, we experimented, I had a couple conversations with some people, and they mentioned drill craft. Long story short, I got a full set of tier 3 agility jewelry, which gives you 15 points of agility. I thought I had fixed everything, however, when you're in a place like Smoldering Trenches or Enclave, you need resist gear. Well, you can't get resist and agility on the same item, so I have to take off the agility points to buy resist gear. The thing is, I got a little smarter with how I use my skills, where I stand, all this sort of thing, and it's been fantastic ever since. Meanwhile, the other 11 people still haven't come back. Sorry, Chad. There's been a big conversation. I'm getting quite a bit of questions on the warrior from the group. Oh, is that one Iron Willed? Yeah, the only real time I lose aggro is to an enchanter pet, but that's by design because their thread's just dumb. Yeah, they're definitely handy, but everybody loses threat to an enchanter pet. Hey Scary, I tried Paladin for the first time the other day. He's on level 10. Paladin's dude, the Paladin is phenomenal. We have a level 30 Paladin currently. Trust me, the Paladin is fantastic. Stick with it. Stick with it. They don't do like a build-up aggro time before engage? No, they do not. Warriors operate off of a snap time. The game sound is kind of overpowering to the voice. I seem low? Hang on a second. Oh yeah. Sorry chat. The game, for some reason, the slider went up on the game. It should be easier now. Or it should be better now. Sorry about that. How's it sound now? Does it sound good? Is it better? Seems better. That's strange. That's very strange. I typically don't have an issue with my audio. I can come up a little. Let me try something. Hang on. Okay, testing, 1, 2, 3. Do I sound any louder? Is this better? I mean, my mic is turned up. I don't know why I'm having personal mic issues. There's no pill for that. Ha 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 ha. And which is funny because I'm pretty... Yeah, that's what I just did. I don't know, guys. I don't know what's going on. What about if I talk now? If I talk now, is it any louder or does it sound the same? I have no idea if this is going to help or not. This might make it sound weird. It's just my sword? This is such a weird problem to have. Let me go in and see what my audio settings are. How's that? Does that sound better if I start talking? Turn the combat sounds down? I don't know why I'm having an issue. I never have issues with my audio. Although I did rebuild the stream, so I'm wondering if something isn't set properly. I know that yell is going to be loud because they did that on purpose. That can't be fixed. Okay, so if we start talking now, how does this sound? Does it sound better? Look, I'm genuinely not sure what's going on here. My volumes are up. I'm concerned to put it up louder. And the audio's been the same as always. Something is clearly different if you guys are hearing me quiet. I mean, I could get right up on the microphone, I guess. That would seem kind of weird. Oh, hang on. Nope, that's fine. Huh, that's weird. I don't know. I don't come in often, don't make a big deal. It definitely seems better now. That's weird. I'm gonna have to go back over the settings. That won't happen. Well, I mean, down the road maybe. Nobody does. They're overpowered pieces of garbage is what the paladin is. Yeah. Them too. I mean, Dire Lords have been phenomenal since Seasons. Like before early access, Dire Lords were fantastic. They were the pentultimate tank through Seasons. And then when they made the and then so have the Necromancer. The Necromancer came out October of 2024, and it's been phenomenal ever since. But with the Paladin, the changes they made to the Paladin in the summertime just made the Paladin ridiculous. If you didn't know how to play the game, you could roll a Paladin and you could keep not knowing how to play the game. I tell anybody who asks me, as far as tanking goes, start with a Paladin, then when you get comfortable, move to a Dire Lord, and then when you think you're hot shit, go to a Warrior. I talk trash on Paladins and Dire Lords for like a year and a half. Like, I always talk trash on them. Hybrids suck. Now, I say that, as I've said 1,000 times on stream, because decades ago during EQ, when I was a cleric trying to find a warrior, the warriors had stopped playing because the Paladins and Shadow Knights couldn't stop crying and complaining about how they can't take 5,000 punches to the face with all their heals and DPS. So SOE started making changes to the hybrids. I lost my warriors. Frig hybrids. They're a bunch of whiners. Period. I mean, I'm just teasing, you know, like all the tanks are fine. All the tanks do their job. And like I said earlier, the whole threat thing, that's real. Like that with the warriors, that's an issue. It's one of the main reasons why you don't see many warriors, because they can't hold aggro on the raid target. It just won't be possible. When that happens, you'll see a lot more warriors. But again, it's not about the class, or it's not about the car, it's who's driving it. That's what it comes down to. That goes for all classes, not just tanks. That goes for druids, wizards, clerics, shamans, whatever. It's who's driving the vehicle. And that's the best way it should be. It shouldn't be that one person decides to pick a cleric, goes to a website or talks to one person, finds out exactly what they do, and then mirrors it, and then they're phenomenal. It shouldn't be that way. It should be, how do you think? How do you react? What decisions do you make during combat? That's what it comes down to. You are fine. I wouldn't group with you if you weren't fine. Sorry, chat. We're having that out in group. I can hear you pretty clearly while fighting now. I always think I'm hot shit for this. Yeah, right. Tank on a monk, ultimate level? Yes, it is. Once the mastery things come out, I'm gonna take a look at all the tanks. I'll roll a warrior, a paladin, a dire lord, and a monk, and we'll look at the mastery on stream, just to see what's going on. but I am Mr. Warrior. I'm sorry. The proof is there. All my proof is on YouTube. Go look. I'm not blowing smoke. My proof is there. Do you have proof? Show me proof. Show me proof that you're a better warrior than me, and I will say I am not the best warrior. But I'm the best warrior. I'm one of the only warriors, truth be told. Yeah. Yeah, warriors only go to 40 currently. Skills. I remember when I took warriors to level 25 and the only skills I had went up to level 10. You're saying in Eminem Discord, spell blades need chain to tank better? I was a warrior till level 1 took my warrior's name after the first server merge and I quit. Oh no, Dazed. Halfling warrior, best warrior? Dude. Okay. Starting in Wild's End when EA launched was horrendous. Well, keep in mind, Wild's End was just new. Like, there was no quest support or anything for Wild's End. Dude, I'm sticking by my guns, man. They planned for all the classes to have to worry about up to 4 different stats to play different ways with their classes. Trust me, intelligence casters won't just be needing intelligence to play at their best. They're going to need whatever wisdom, charisma, stamina, whatever they use. It's by design. People can say, oh, I've got 72 wisdom as a cleric and blah, blah. Yeah, okay, whatever. You're still not 100%. You're just really good with whatever uses wisdom. What about your other 8-9 skills that use something else? You're miserable with them. You most certainly do, yes. And that's why they want... So the reason they've designed it that way is because they want all the players to have to worry about carrying multiple different pieces of gear, whether you're wearing it currently or not. So for example, in my inventory right now here in Smoldering Trenches, I have fire resist gear. If we go over to Wild Mound, I have shock resist and disease resist gear in my bags. That's taken up 20 slots or 15 slots already. So I'm already there where I'm considering or thinking about what I need to make myself better depending on where we are, rather than have to worry about going back to the bank or only needing one set of gear. And if that's the mentality you have going into the spring update, I'm telling you, you're going to be a piss poor player at whatever class you're playing. Not you, blanket statement, of course, of course. Exactly, and for the warrior, for example, agility is a lot of our debuffs and debilitation, whereas strength is a lot of our DPS. like Punish, for example. So do I gear towards agility for the most part? Do I gear towards strength? Do I try and find a happy mix? Like, all classes are going to have to concern themselves with the 4 different stats by design. There's nothing we can do about it unless they make an announcement, but they're getting rid of that, and I don't think they are. Do we lose our names of the characters with the wipe? I believe so, Raw, yes. I don't think there's name reservation going into the spring update. Maybe for launch, but I don't think for the spring update. Carrying that much gear would make less room for loot horn. Yeah, exactly, Aldi. And again, a person could always return to the bank, but that's what's going to separate good players from okay players, right? The best players are going to be the players who know when to put their gear on for the situation, who know when to open up their skill book and replace certain skills depending on what they're doing. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. This game is going to have a situation or a scenario where one person is going to stand out from everybody else. It's going to happen. This is not going to be an everybody does everything at the same time type game. This is going to be, if you know your class, you're going to be the best that's out there. Period. We talking about the helmet? Yeah, there's a Centurion themed helmet. It's got the hair mohawk thing at the top of it. Yep, that's right. I'm afraid of the spring update. I hope not everyone chooses to only play as 2 or 3. We have no idea what's going to happen with the spring update. We don't know if they're going to keep the same servers. We don't know if they're going to spin up new servers. We don't know if we're getting 10 servers, 3 servers. No idea. Wow. That was fantastic. That makes sense. It's going to be the helm. It's going to be the helm that matches the rest of the armor. Ceremonial gauntlets. Those sound cool. Where are the closest banks? If it's hella inconvenient, then it's keeping it on you. Yeah, banks are out of the way, right? The banks are in the towns, so the towns are out of the way from most content. I mean, if you're in Eastern Plains and you go to King's Watch, which is the town in Eastern Plains, you have to run to the opposite side of the zone to get to Nightwolf Knoll. If you're in Silent Plains, you have to go all the way over there to Sky Durban, and then if you want to come over here, or you want to go over to the other side to Wild Mound Cradle, it's a lengthy run, so they can be out of the way. Right. Yo. We'll get it. We got it. We'll get it. Phenomenal. Yeah, but Pantheon will definitely go the way of the sub. Pantheon will definitely have a monthly sub, yes. They're going to need to keep funding the team to keep making content. Doesn't make sense to wait for 1.0. They need the money to get this game going for more content. They got the money. They got the money for this game. They got the money like 2 months ago. They're good. They got a lot of money. A lot of money. People want this game to come out. They are funded till launch. So You don't gotta worry about finances with Visionary Realms. They're funded to launch. What do I say? I don't know, but I can get on board with it. Yeah, like NAR, right? NAR, NAUR, that NO. And that's not a knife, this is a knife. That's something too, right? And throw another shrimp on the Barbie. I think that's another one. Although I don't know what the deal is with Barbie and little people, but okay. Anonymous investor. I'm sure someone at Visionary Realms knows who they are. We do not, and we will never know. But they are individuals who want this game to come out. That was said. That's on the record. So, people going around saying whatever they will, this game will happen. This is not an X game or another recent game scenario. People are still going to bring it up, but it's fine. It's fine. But just note the game's funded to launch. They're good. They don't have to rush anything. They're doing everything how they're supposed to. We have to wait. But we're getting a game, and that's fantastic. Excuse me. We're pretty good at this. I'm a fan of the game. Thanks for tolerating us. She'll have to recruit yous. Why charge a sub for something not in release? M&M is understandable. They don't have any. Yeah. Company, look, guys, they're businesses. Companies need money to build stuff. Come on, like it's not even a conversation to have one side or the other. If a company is making money to make their game, let them make money to make their game. That's it. Doesn't matter whether it's a monthly sub, whether it's an investor, whether it's buying digital products to, well, you know, Star Citizen. They don't make games for free. People going on about finances with game companies, just stop talking about it. Find something else to talk about. Companies don't work for free. You wouldn't do it. You wouldn't work for free. I know you wouldn't, so don't tell me otherwise. So just let them make the money. If you don't agree with it, don't go with it. If you agree with it, cool. But companies need to make money to keep going. Like, I don't know. Okay, the group is done for the evening. Nope. Just think, chat. 2 months' time, all of this disappears. Uh-oh. What is he gonna do? Is he gonna have a mental breakdown? Nope. Gonna start from scratch. Look at that, like the fact that we can see all the way. Could you imagine if they had flying vehicles in? Not gliders, but flying vehicles. We could actually fly like, that's a mile away. You can see that standing structure there. In the background, there's a bigger one. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and I've been saying this for the past year, but it's a raid zone. You can't see it right now because we're too far back, but if I were to get over there by those mushroom trees, you'd see it. There's a large rock structure back there. And I believe it's meant to be a raid zone. Or at least a dungeon with the raid content. Still no bard. Still no bard. You'll get a bard next year. You won't get it this year. You'll get it next year. You'll get it before they 1.0. One thing is to make money and the other is greediness. Well, I mean, as far as greediness goes, the only thing I can think of, there are two scenarios. One, I still can't wrap my head around the Star Citizen project making almost $1 billion while still in development. And two, the fact that World of Warcraft players have gone like 2 years in between expansions. I feel like that was milking money from the player base without giving them content. Because when you think about it, World of Warcraft has been out for, what, 20 years, 21 years? And I think they have 11 expansions, right? Am I right there? I think it's 11, 10 or 11. That's not enough. They need more. They should have had expansions every year. Blizzard was a massive team. Blizzard was a phenomenally massive team. They weren't working on StarCraft, so they had Diablo and they had World of Warcraft. You WoW players could have gotten an expansion every year. I still feel like you guys didn't get the content you should have. So if we're talking about milking money with little return, those are two scenarios I can think of. You can't say Ashes, right? I know we're all thinking Ashes, but you can't say Ashes when it comes to greediness, because we don't really know what the situation there is. So you can't say greediness. You can't. It wasn't a pump and dump. It wasn't a rug pull. It wasn't whatever. In the beginning, I don't know about the last few years. There's a fair bit of information that has come out recently that I'm sure will come out in court. We'll all hear about it then. But it seems like it started as a good thing, and it slowly soured into something else. But we don't need to talk about that here because none of us know. We're all ignorant about it, so don't bother giving opinions. It's not going to stick to anybody. Myself included. But people have to make money. Because here's what I'll tell you. This all started with the invention of early access. Those of you who don't know, before the words early access, there was development, beta, and gold. So beta, there was no alpha, there was no pre-alpha, there was no alpha 10, there was no alpha 20, there was no early access. There was whiteboarding, which is coming up with the idea. There was the beta period, which was testing and development, and then there was going gold, which meant that the product was finished in an A to Z form that could be shipped out and people could play. It was called going gold. It's when CDs used to get stamped gold to show that the project was complete. They have a stable build, push it out. Then with Kickstarter and GoFundMe and all these other sites that popped up, all of a sudden, early access showed up. Early access wasn't a thing before 15 years ago, 12 years ago. Like, early access is relatively new compared to how games used to be developed. The software programs were the same thing. Non-games were the same thing. It was storyboarded. They had the idea. They went through the development process, which was only ever known as beta, not alpha beta, not pre-beta, not beta 1, not beta 2. It was just beta. And then when the product was ready in a stable A to Z form, it went gold. That was it. Then early access came out, and all of a sudden, people are like pre-alpha this, pre-alpha that, beta 1, beta 2, closed beta, open beta, early access, stress test, all the fancier stuff. Well, hey, let's raise enough money in pre-alpha 1 and get things started, and then, if we need to ask for more money, we'll do a pre-alpha 2, and so on and so forth, and whatnot. So, with all that said, it's your decision. I've backed games. I'm not going to tell you what games I've backed, but I've backed games, and I'm sure you guys have backed games. You made the decision to back the game. So for anybody who might have a gripe or a grief about a certain game because maybe it didn't come to fruition, maybe it wasn't what you thought it was going to be when it came out, it's on you. Just like it's on me with my decisions. Like, nobody's going to change that. So when it comes to how companies make money, unless they come to your house and find some way to blackmail you to get money to make their game, you can't go and say everything was shady or everything was greed or whatnot. You have to fund everything. You can't have your internet. You guys can't be typing right now in chat unless you're paying money to somebody to give you access to the internet. Right? Right? Let's go there. Let's talk about that. If you weren't paying your ISP, you wouldn't be here typing. You wouldn't be playing games. Enough said. That's greediness. When you've got 2, 3, or 4 ISPs, well, maybe not 4. When you've got 2 ISPs and they fight with each other and they won't allow a third company to come into play, that's greed. That's not security, that's greed. Somebody wants to be a monopoly. That's what it comes down to. You want to talk about greed, go there. You're actually stealing my internet? Hey, you know what? My internet's pretty powerful, so I'm sure I could probably send some your way, Vindini. Pretty sure. Pretty sure I could send some your way. But yeah, companies will make decisions to do what they will, and you will make a decision as to what you do, and you have to live with it. Nobody else. I've been burned before. For those of you who don't know, and I'll try to keep this short, I ended up being in the beta in the beginning, day one, for a game called Vanguard Saga of Heroes. Now, Vanguard Saga of Heroes was an MMORPG created by Brad McQuaid. Brad McQuaid was the creative genius behind EverQuest. So he was in EverQuest for 6 or 7 years. He didn't like where Sony was going to take EverQuest. He backed out, left SOE, ended up trying to start his own company, which was Sigil Games, and then created a game called Vanguard Saga of Heroes. As a kid, long story short, I ended up in there as the in-game warrior class lead. I worked with Sigil Games, no money. I worked with Sigil Games every single day for a very long time to get Vanguard Saga of Heroes into what it was. A month and a half before Vanguard's beta ended, there were 36 of us in beta. That was it. There were only 36 people in Vanguard's beta. The 36 of us, but a little over a month before the beta ended, they implemented a very large update to a place called the Warehouse District, or Ancient Port Warehouse, or whatever it was called. And they were trying to focus on the end game for the player base. And what happened was, when they implemented the patch, they broke everything. Quests weren't completing, named mobs weren't spawning properly, world mobs weren't spawning properly, abilities weren't going off on time. Wait, what? That playtest was awesome? Yes, Funslinger. The playtest was good. Do you know anything about Necro in this game? Yes, I know a lot about the Necro in this game. It was fun bumping into you in that dungeon. Did you kill the boss lady? Yes, we did kill the boss lady. Oh no, ads. Oh, you guys got stuck in ads? Did you watch Java stream? Oh, Joppa. Did you watch Joppa stream today? What do you think about the new PvP focus and the 247 service he was talking about? I didn't hear that, Dickie. I was in his stream for a while. I know they plan on doing... I know their focus is in PvP right now. PvP will happen later. I do know that they're going to spin up probably 2 PvP servers with the spring update, and it's just going to be no holds barred for the time being. I think one of the main concerns is players don't have a safe place to do general things like banking without getting jumped. So I know that's a thing, but that's not me, because I don't do PvP. I have no interest in PvP in this game. If anybody has any PvP questions for me, don't even bother asking. Go find somebody else to ask, because I don't care, I don't know. I am not a PvPer for this game. You played a Necro to 31? Right on. Yeah, Necros are fantastic. So, anyhow, as I was saying, I ended up being the in-game warrior class lead throughout the beta development for Vanguard Saga of Heroes, and then about a month and a bit before the development ended, or the beta ended, pardon me, they implemented this patch that broke a lot of the game. I was on, for those who know, I was on MSN Messenger. Now, for those who don't know, MSN Messenger was the precursor to Discord, TeamSpeak, Mumble, Ventrilo. It was around the time of ICQ, okay? It was an older chat program. I was on MSN Messenger over an 8-day period with people from Sigil Games begging and pleading and arguing, I guess you could call it arguing, that they needed to roll the update back. They broke the game. They needed to roll it back. They needed to launch it as it worked, because before that patch went in, for those of you who played Vanguard after it launched, before that patch went in, the game was near flawless. Everything was working. Diplomacy was amazing. Crafting was amazing. Adventuring was... everything was great. They told me over a period of days, they knew what they were doing. They had plenty of time. Everything would get fixed. The bugs would be fixed before they launched the game. Well, they didn't, and it didn't happen. So the game came out in the exact same state as when they broke it towards the end of beta, and all these people came to play what was going to be the next big creative MMORPG project, which would have been awesome. But they all came in, they were like, what the hell is this? Nothing is working, everything is broken. What is this? It got a whole lot of bad press, a whole lot of people crapped on it, a whole lot of people stopped playing, and within a year, I think 2017 or whatnot, Vanguard was done. Vanguard was done. It was shut down. You only had a handful of faithful playing it at that time. Now, they did implement a patch almost a year after the game had launched, which fixed the majority of what was wrong with it, so they actually managed to make progress, but by then, next to nobody was playing the game. I was disappointed. So you want to talk about, like, companies rug pulling or being shady or being greedy or what have you. I put all that effort, the same effort you see me putting into this game, I put into Vanguard, and Vanguard didn't happen. So some people might say, oh, I threw some money their way and the game didn't come out. That's fine. I put a portion of my life into this game, or into that game, and it didn't happen. And I'm doing the same thing here. Now, the cool thing is, this will happen. They've already said. They're funded to launch. That's fantastic. That's all I needed to hear. So yeah, that's a bit of my history. Yeah, Necromancers hit the game back in October of 2024 during what was known as Seasons. Early access started in December. Seasons ended in the end of October. So November. Through the month of November and into December, we had a breaking period where there was no Pantheon whatsoever. So Seasons closed, and then 3 weeks later, I believe, early access launched. In Seasons, I think Season 6, the Necromancer came out. I was playing Krushnek number whatever, and I saw the Necro. Now, I had played a Necro I had played a friend's Necro a very long time ago in EverQuest, and it was kind of okay, but I was still in the healer mentality at the time, because when I started EQ, I was a cleric for the better part of a decade. I know it's strange, because those of you that have been here on stream have never seen me play healer in any game for the most part, because I left the healer when I got into Vanguard. I fell in love with tanking. I chose tanking, I fell in love with it, I've been a tank and everything. So anyhow, I decided to roll a Necro just to see what was going on, just to see what Visionary Realms' idea of a Necro was going to be. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you guys. I almost started a Necromancer at the beginning of early access. I'm not even kidding. I almost forewent a warrior. Is forewent a word? I'm going to make it a word for this conversation. I almost forewent being a warrior and rolled a Necro, because I fell in love with the Necro within 5 days, 6 days. I loved what they were trying to... The Necro can mez, the Necro can root, the Necro can snare, the Necro can slow, the Necro can heal, the Necro can feed mana, the Necro can do everything. But as I said earlier, you have to learn how all the skills work with the Necro, and you have to socket in abilities quite regularly depending on what content you're doing. If you're not the type of person to do that, you will suffer with the Necro. We're talking about the Necro specifically. You will suffer with the Necro, and then go to the message boards and the internet and complain and whine about the Necro being broken, not working properly, and so on, when it's actually you who didn't go through everything to understand how the Necro is supposed to be played. I'm telling you, the Necro... I've played 8 warriors over the years I've been in game, and I almost stopped for a Necromancer. That should tell you something. I don't need to say anything else. If you've been here long enough, you know how passionate I am about the warrior, and I almost started as a Necromancer because of all the stuff they can do. To me right now, the Necromancer and the Rogue are the 2 most versatile classes in the game. They can do the most if you understand how the classes are played. The Necro and the Rogue, period. I'll tell you, I'll do one better. There's a couple of VODs on my page where we're up at Mad Run with spiders that are quite the pain in the ass. On 2 separate nights, for about 3 hours each night, not a single spider got a single ability off because I stopped them all with a Necro. The healer hardly had to heal. The healer spoke up and was wondering why they didn't have to heal. They were wondering what gear the group was wearing. And it was because I shut down every single ability on those spiders with a Necromancer. I can't say enough. The Necromancer... Man, I've seen people complain in Joppa stream, when's the Necro going to get worked on? When's the Necro going to be fixed? When's the Necro going to get looked at again? It doesn't need it. It doesn't need it. Like... I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I mean, I've said all this, but I don't know what else to say. But the Necro and the Rogue are phenomenal. I've seen people complain about the Rogue, and I've seen 3 Rogues during early access that made my jaw drop. I've grouped with 3 Rogues from December until June that owned the Rogue. They knew how to set the traps, how to do the pulls, how to scout the dungeons, when to use their abilities, when to crowd control. Dude, all of it. All of it. The Necro and the Rogue are the 2 most versatile classes in the game. I don't care what anybody else says. The Necro and the Rogue. Period. And I don't play either. I mean, we have a level... I think Krushnek is 30, I think. Or 29 anyways. But the Necro and the Rogue are the 2 most versatile classes in the game. Hands down, full stop, end of story, no sequel. That's just how it is. I've seen Necros and Rogues do ridiculous things. So all I can tell you guys, if you guys are suffering with those classes, or if you guys are feeling negative about those classes, you need to do more homework. And once again, and I love that I can say this, what I'm saying is fact, because the evidence is on the YouTube. The evidence is, you can see it for yourself if you find it. It's impossible for me to blow smoke at you guys because the proof is there, and I do that on purpose. Even this stream will go there tonight at the end of the stream. Everything is there. I don't blow smoke. People will leave my stream and go to another stream and say, oh, I heard Krushnek talk this and blah, blah, blah. What a bunch of nonsense. And I know this because other viewers, for whatever reason, come in here and 90210 my ass. But the proof is there. Nothing I say is smoke. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I would never lead you guys astray. Like, yeah. Anyways. And you started a Necro. I did start a Necro on Monsters and Memories. Saturday was the Necro. Sunday was the Fighter. I'm struggling with Necro. I haven't gotten my skills and gear up, so my mana is low. Comes back very slow and no ability to help it. So... I don't play a Necro main, right? You guys have rarely seen me on a Necro in the last 7 months. Now, Crush Necro is still here. But I will tell you this, when I rolled Crush Necro at the early part of Early Access, I was able to solo with the Necro to level 20. So, if you are struggling at around level 12, I would take a look at where you're fighting and what abilities you're using and what abilities you're not using. I genuinely would, because I didn't have any hand-me-downs. I didn't twink any of my tunes. There was no heads up. There was no upper hand. I did everything legit. Like, for example, with my neck. Well, here, you know what? Let me go over to the Necro real quick. Am I in a safe spot? Oh, it doesn't matter. Nothing's gonna kill me out here. Let me go over the Necro real quick. Now, again, I'm not an expert, but I'll show you what I do. Roga Shaft when they added C and Viz mob. Yes, that's a bit of a nuisance. Try going into lower smoldering trenches where they took the C and Viz trait off the mob's marquee so you can't see it, but the skeletons down there see and Viz. So, just so you know, don't be a show off in stealth because they're going to eat you. You need some short videos of people making good plays. Oh my god, dude. There's not enough time. I wish I could make highlight videos, Audi, but there's just not enough time. There's not enough time. I would love to be able to. If I was a full-time streamer, if I streamed 8-10 hours a day, I would take a day or 2 off just to do that kind of stuff. But unfortunately, I don't. I got a lot of stuff in real life, and you know, this isn't a game at this point that would turn me into a full-time streamer. The audience just isn't there. It might be for other streamers, but not this one. I notice a lot of undead spells, but I don't use them. I use all the dots the best I can trade, damn. Yeah, and again, that's the thing. You have to pay attention to where you are, what you're going to be fighting, who you're with if you're in a group, whether you're duoing, trioing, 6-personing it, whatever. But you have to fit the occasion. And don't listen to somebody trying to tell you, you don't need this, you do this. If you're doing stuff that's working for you, keep doing stuff that's working for you. Your job on the Necro is not to top the parse. Your job is to be a Necro. And if you don't understand that, you need to spend some more time in your spell book. If you want a DPS, roll a wizard. Alright, so here's Krushnek. You can definitely kite in the Necro. Yes, yeah, you could definitely kite in the Necro. I mean, you need to find a place where you got some room. You could definitely kite. Oh, we're out here in Silent Plains anyhow. Okay, so ignore my current gear. My pet's wearing a pretty cool hammer, but I have it on there just for the light source, so just ignore that. So here's my abilities laid out right now. Now I know some of these you might not have at the moment. I'm not entirely sure. But here at my number 1 spot, I have Siphon Life, alright? If I want to do some DPS, I'm going to spam Siphon Life. So, I'll tell you a little trick. Haste is out of the game at the moment, but Haste will end up coming back in. When Haste comes back in, if you're with, say, a warrior, you're going to want to time it with their Conquest Formation Shout, which speeds up everybody's casting and melee ability. It's like the warrior's own Haste. It's a short window, but you wait for it, and it's typically a yell or a shout that you hear when it triggers, and it puts a red icon in the top right of your screen. When that happens and I'm playing the Necro in a group, no matter what else I'm casting, I will stop and automatically go to life tap and just spam it non-stop while that haste is running. And if you're a DPS queen, your DPS will skyrocket just from life tap. However, when I'm soloing something, now let me see, I'm rusty, so let me go out here. So again, I have my life tap here if I need it for an emergency. The most important skill when soloing is Fetid Vapors. That's your slow. I don't know if you have that yet, you probably don't. Or you might have an earlier version of it. If I don't have slow, I have my life over time, your life drain. I also have Boil Blood put up. I have Wither put up. I have the Snare put up all the time, Curse of Misery. Now, I don't know if you have these. Again, it's been a long time. I have Crippling Terror up just because I've been experimenting with fear kiting or what have you. It's not something I really do. I typically just face the mob head on, but once you get Crippling Terror, fear kiting is pretty cool. And then lastly, this is my dummy slot. I just put something here, whatever I might need. So in this case, Siphon Intellect, just to keep my intelligence as high as I possibly can to increase my performance with DPS, so on. You always, of course, want to have Veil of Undeath when you get it, and you want that running. Now, if you've logged into the game and you haven't figured out what you want to do, make sure this is not on, because when you run out of hit points, this will kill you. So don't have it on when you're not doing anything. So we'll refresh. Now, let me see. Now, I don't think Pet Haste. I don't think Pet Haste works. But I'm a nuisance, so I'll cast it anyways just to cast it. Okay, so we'll go out here now. Now, this content is level 30. This guy is yellow. He's probably not what I want to kill. Let's go find a dog. I don't want to do a corpse run. Pet Haste does work? Well, that's good then. A dog or a golem will work. Or elemental. There's a dog. Alright, what do Yukon? Yukon yellow. Okay, I'm pretty sure we can do this. Not 100%, but I'm pretty sure. So, I'm going to go through my typical rotation. So we're going to hit them with slow, then we're going to dot them up. My pet has their... Oops. My pet has their taunt on right now, so they'll be able to hold aggro temporarily. Alright, here we go. Slow. Then we go for our dots. We take a couple hits. We know we're going to take them. Now, we'll do this without fear. Now. Oh, come on, man. I wasn't expecting you. Let me show off, will you? We're going to mez you. Oh, I said that was a fear. That's my mez. Sorry. Come on, pet. Do your job. Thanks, dude. Now get this one, will you? Fantastic. I'm going to dot this guy up. These mobs are both yellow, by the way. Now we're going to life tap, because I don't like being at 50% health. My pet doesn't have the endurance to taunt, but we don't need it. I just took out 2 yellows. See? Necros are ridiculous. Necros are absolutely ridiculous. And I pretty much use this exact same rotation. Now I know being at level 12, you probably don't have 1 or 2 of these abilities, and I get it, but this is what you need to do. You don't want to load all your dots on your hotbar because some of them share the same school of magic, so to speak. So you might pop 1 and then you'll see 2 others go gray. You don't want to do that. You want to try and find 1 ability in each of your hotkeys that has its own cast. So you're not doubling up because you're missing skills. Now we got to heal the pet. So do our pet heal, get his health up. Now we'll go fight another one. Now, look at downtime. We have no downtime right now. We're going to tag this guy from here and pull him away from that other guy. We're going to dot him up again. And you always want to pay attention to your dots landing. If you miss one, you need to recast it until it sticks. Now we'll go 1 further and we'll pop our techniques. So expose, and then we'll go ahead and put nausea on him. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 different abilities that are ours on that mob. And his health is just disappearing and I'm not doing anything. Oh, stats matter also. My intelligence is through the roof. But look at my other stats. I'm level 30. Look at my other stats. I'm not overly geared. And 3 points of intellect is coming from my spell. So I have 40 intellect right now. Everything else is low for level 30. I only cared about intellect. The only reason I rolled this Necro was to corpse summon. That's it. I rolled a Necro to get to level 12 to corpse summon, and I rolled a Wizard to get to level 15 for teleport. And that was because so many Necros summoned my corpse, and so many Wizards port me around that I wanted to do the same, and that way it made it easy. But I gave up on the Wizard. I don't have any interest in playing the Wizard. But the Necro is pretty cool. But again, it's how you play. I had to learn how to play this way. I didn't just put all these abilities on my hotbar and go. Well, every 5 levels, Rosic, you get the traits from your vendor, right? That gives you a +1 to everything. So at level 30, I would have gotten that 5 times. So that's +5 to all my stats. So if I didn't have those trait stones, my strength would be, 9? My stamina would be 12. My constitution would be 9. So that's part and parcel to your stats, the traits that you get from your trainer every 5 levels. You're level 12, so you should have your level 5 and your level 10, which means you should have +2 to all your stats. That's the only reason my non-intellect stats are this high is because of the traits. Everything else is stacked intelligence and nothing else. That's all. But I started using this guy more often, and then the people that I normally run with, they started using lower level tunes and asked if I had any. And I said, well, I have a Necro, but I don't really use them. Oh, but you should bring them along. Well, that was a bad idea because then I got addicted to the Necro. So the Necro is fantastic. So if you're somebody complaining about the Necro being whatever, you're wrong. The Necro is phenomenal. The Necro is absolutely amazing. Nothing wrong with the Necro. Soloing is easy mode at this. You just have to be careful. Let me look. We'll even find an orange con. Let me see if I can do an orange con. I struggle with an orange con, but I really shouldn't be pulling them. But let's see. Let's see if we can find an orange con out here. I might have to use fear for this. These guys are coming up even. You're yellow. I'm pretty sure there's an... Oh, I leveled recently. That guy might have been in orange. Yeah, he would have been in orange at the last... Okay. I leveled last time I was playing. I think that's why they're not orange anymore. But still, look, I'm good to go. I'm like... That guy's yellow there. Let's do this guy. Hit him with the slow. Now we apply our dots. And I'm only going in sequence. And I'm watching here to make sure every ability lands. And now just for giggles, I'm going to auto attack. And I'm only going to auto attack because I got a pretty nice weapon. I have a braided needle, which comes from Nightwolf Knoll, which is a level 20s area. There, see? Look, look, look. And again, all I have is high intelligence. I don't have high stamina, I don't have high strength, just high intelligence. And let's look at our abilities. So damage modifier on your life tap is intellect. Let's go over to the slow. No requirement. Let's go over to the life drain. Intelligence. Let's go over to boil blood. Dexterity. I have garbage dexterity. Let's go over to wither. Stamina. I have garbage stamina for level 30. Let's go over to the snare. Charisma. Garbage charisma. You see what I mean? Like, I have poor stats in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of my abilities on my hotbar, but I'm still killing stuff. The Necro is fine. The Necro is fine. The Necro has been fantastic for a long time. I wish people would do a little bit more homework if they're struggling with classes. All 12 classes in the... 12? I think 12. All 12 classes in the game have been fine. They've just needed finishing, meaning that a lot of the classes that have been in-game for the last year haven't had their 1 to 50. They've had 1 to 25, 1 to 30, 1 to 40. I think there's only 2 classes in-game right now that have their abilities 40 to 50. Everybody else doesn't. With that said, the classes have been fine. I have grouped with all classes all through seasons. I killed everything in seasons. I've killed everything in early access. I've grouped with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. So it's not just me talking all this blah, 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 whatever. I've grouped with a ton of people who have killed everything with me. There's nothing wrong with the classes. You just need to spend more time figuring stuff out. And people don't want to do that. And that's the bottom line. That's how it is. I don't care what excuse you have. People don't want to put the time into their class. That's what it comes down to. You want to jump in, you want to go out, you want to advertise once for a group, you want to get invited, you want to go kill stuff, you want to get a couple pieces of gear, make some money, buy some skills, log out for the night, and go to bed with a smile on your face. This is not that. This is not that. This is not that. Period. This is not that. So if that's you, you have to change. You have to adapt. Or you really should probably go find something else. Not because I don't want you to play the game. I would love to have you in the game. But you need to play something that fits what you're looking for. Don't just jump in because... Don't just light up a cigarette because your best friend smokes. Right? Now, there's an example. Don't carry that conversation. We're not going to talk about it. But again, everything I'm telling you is genuine. You might not hear it from anybody else, but you're going to hear it from me because I have no reason to tell you otherwise. Let's not talk about smoking now. Come on. No. I feel bad that I used that as an example. I shouldn't have used that. That's the first thing that came to mind. See? 8 different debuffs right now. 8. Look at the health just melting. With junk stats on average for level 30. And I'll tell you another thing. In a group setting, I can destroy the parse. I don't main a necro, and I can destroy the parse in a group setting. I've done it before. I just choose not to because I use the necro's Swiss Army knife to do a bunch of other fancy stuff that makes the group successful. I don't care about my own DPS. I don't give two shits about DPS. I never have. It's all about my group staying alive and the mobs going dead. That's what I don't care how it happens, but that's how it's always been. We stay alive, they stay dead, or that they get dead. That's how it always works. But a necro can top the parse, crazy like. And once the spring update happens and fights take longer to go through, necros are going to be ripping aggro just like wizards. It's going to happen because the dots are going to have time to cook now. They don't have time to cook right now. You saw how long that Prowler was up for. Once they go to a unified system where all the mobs have the same calculation for stability and hit points, I'm telling you, necros are going to be ridiculous for aggro and DPS. Do you have Feign Death? No. But apparently the necro is getting Feign Death. I don't know how I feel about it because I've never needed it, but I do believe that I think even Joppa has said that the Necro will have Feign Death, but I could be wrong there. You'd have to go watch his stuff and see what he says, but I'm pretty sure he said that. Okay, we got to pull this guy because we're losing health. Just watch the health start to chunk off him as the dots pile up, man. Like, it's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Well, I can even stand toe-to-toe and get hit by the mob, and I'm not worried about my health. Life tap covers me. Look, full health. He beat on me the whole fight, full health. Are the mobs still going to have knockback? Because if they are, I don't think many people are going to play the game. That I don't know, Dickie. They haven't gone into detail about that. I know if you were watching the stream tonight, my group operates pretty crazy. You see us pull, like, I don't have the exact numbers, but we had a mob in camp for over 1,000 seconds tonight. We were fighting a mob. We were fighting mobs nonstop for 1,000 seconds with no break. So whatever 1,000 seconds is, that's how long we were fighting mobs for with no break. We were hitting almost, 30,000 XP? It's disgusting. It's a disgusting number. Like, we know how to do it. We've grouped long enough. We made it look really easy tonight. You guys might not have the same kind of time or scenario, but when we get together, I'm all the patience, and they're all the let's do it now. And it kind of mixes well until it doesn't, but yeah, it mostly works well. Okay, so there you go. So it was almost 17 minutes of non-stop fighting, and nobody had to take a break or sit down for anything. I mean, as far as the Feign Death conversation, I would say this. I don't know if a Necro needs to have Feign Death, but I do believe casters should have some sort of hate dump. Now, when I say hate dump or threat dump, like a D threat, I don't mean dropping everything. I mean, it should drop a percentage or a calculation. And I say that because it means the casters now have to play smarter, because they have to know when to walk the line for damage instead of pulling aggro, getting their ass killed, and then it going back to the group, and then we've lost that DPS. So I don't know about feigned death, but I do think mages should have a D threat. And I'm gonna praise or prop up EverQuest 2 again, because EverQuest 2 did that. They had D threat mechanics put into the game. So I do think there's some kind of D threat that's needed, but I don't know if feigned death is the answer. It's called press shift to run. Yeah, right, right. It's the shift maneuver. FD is pretty signature for Necro. FD is signature for a Necro in EverQuest. I can't think of many other games where the Necro could feign death. I know they don't feign death in Vanguard. I know they don't feign death in ESO. I don't know if Necros feign death in WoW. Do Necros feign death in WoW? I don't think feign death is a thing, right? In WoW? Yeah. There's no feign death in WoW. Yeah. So EQ is like the only one. Oh, hunters. Right, but not casters though. Like not necros, not wizards or whatnot, mages. Right, gotcha. Okay, thank you for the clarification. So yeah, so again, EQ is the only game where a necro had feigned death. But yeah, like it truly is a shame, because I want nothing more than for people to jump in and enjoy this game for what it's supposed to be. But so many people go on and on to Joppa and the Discord threads about classes being broken and needing work and when are we getting a revamp and so on. The classes don't need it. They've never needed a rework. They needed to be finished, yes, but they never needed a rework. Never. None of them. Like, yeah. I don't know. And again, like I said, chat, I'm not just making this up. The proof is out there. If you take the time in the rest of your life to go find those videos, you'll see it's out there. The proof is there. I don't talk out my ass. I don't make things up. I can't be bothered. It's not worth my time. No one's paying me for this. But I want as many people as possible to play this game and enjoy it for what it is or what it's supposed to be. Not for what they change it to down the road. That's what I'm dreading. Although, if they get a bunch of people and lose me, I guess that's a better trade-off when you think about it. Oh, come on now. I don't even have to do anything. I mean, invis is just cool, because you can come out here and invis yourself, and then sit down and not get aggro. That's something else I might do. I'm not 100% certain, but I might revisit Project Gorgon. I played Project Gorgon, I want to say, I think it was the early part of COVID, I believe. So probably 2020? I think it was 2020. I enjoyed my time in there, but I was in, what was I in at the time? Was it EQ? I think I was in EQ at the time. It was before I got full into Pantheon. So I didn't stay in Project Gorgon. But Project Gorgon, they have a lot of really cool things they put in the game. Now mind you, for as small a team as it was that designed Project Gorgon, it's a game. And it's living its heyday right now. I mean, they've got, I think it said the other day, they've got like 4,000 people playing the game, which is the most it's ever had. Which is true, because Project Gorgon has been in development for a long time, and it was created by like 2 individuals. Unfortunately, one of them passed a few years ago, but they got help from their player base in helping to build the game out. So, Project Gorgon is pretty cool. But Project Gorgon is kind of like EverQuest in the fact that you create your character, it drops you in the world, and you pretty much have no idea what to do. And then you have to figure stuff out. But it's got some cool stuff, and I'm going to give you guys a cool little mechanic. This is just one of like 100 different things or 1,000 different things in the game. You could be in the game, and you could be in an area where you're fighting mobs. And maybe you've killed 5, 6, 7 mobs, and there's nothing in your general area, and you're waiting a really long time for them to respawn. And you're thinking to yourself, wow, there's so few mobs here. I can't sit here for 10 minutes waiting for respawns. There might be a random merchant in a town or somewheres that sells a shovel. Doesn't have any stats, doesn't do anything, but it's a shovel. You don't have it on you, no NPC tells you to go get it, but there's a shovel on a merchant somewheres. And you go and pick up the shovel from the merchant just on a fluke. Maybe you think you can dig holes or what have you. Then you go back out in the field, you pull something and kill it. You're able to click on the corpse and bury it. So you bury the corpse, and all of a sudden the mob comes up in half the time, or faster than before. So you can actually speed up your leveling by burying the mob and having the respawn timer increase. There's also a cool little thing called an autopsy kit, and this is what I thought was phenomenal. If you think to purchase, and I'm giving you guys secrets right now because I really shouldn't be telling you, but if you buy the autopsy kit off of a merchant and you're like, what is an autopsy kit for? Don't you do that to dead things, dead people, what have you? Then you go out and you fight something again, you kill it. You click on it and you're given an option to analyze it or perform an autopsy. You actually start to study that creature type, and over time of killing and analyzing that same creature type, you get different body part rewards, organs and whatnot. You also get knowledge, like the Sinister Strike in EverQuest 2 or the Master Strike. So you actually learn their weaknesses and you end up doing more damage to that target down the road just because you bought the autopsy kit. If you never found that autopsy kit at all in your entire playthrough, you'd have never known that. So now you get given the autopsy kit through a quest. Oh, gotcha. Oh, that's no fun. Fun? Well, I guess it's fun for the people that are playing now, because I guess they're not like me. I like finding that stuff out. We had to figure all that stuff out, man. Yeah, Project Gorgon allows you to fight as a pig, a fox, spider, deer. Dying gives you XP. It's the only MMORPG, I think, in history where you actually learn or get XP from dying. You learn how to die. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it's definitely fun for sure. You know what? I'm feeling a little cocky. What's this guy? This guy's orange. Now this guy has a poison thing as well, so we have to watch for it. This guy's orange, by the way, just to give you guys proof. Orange. 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 So let's see how we do. We might have to use fear here. We're still going to stay in the fight. We're going to take a few hits. We're not going to sweat it. Okay, pet just got aggro. Now we're going to watch the dots tick in. I missed one. What did I miss? Oh, I didn't. Oh, I didn't finish them. My bad. Now. Oh, we don't have fear. I forgot. I put Mez up. My bad. I'll put fear up next. Look, again, I haven't even life tapped. This guy's orange. This guy's orange, and I haven't even life tapped. I'm not doing anything. And he's dead. Like, necros are silly, chat. Necros are silly. Be a necro. Stop complaining about them. We'll do this guy here too. No rest. We haven't sat down. Nothing. We'll go ahead and send the pet. Man, I should just start every class, I think. And then try and learn every class. That's too much time. I can't do that. I mean, I can't. Yeah, I can't make it any more simpler. Oh, oh wait, have we started the horse quest? I don't think we started on this guy, did we? Oh, we did. Let's try and tame him out. Oh, I gotta send my horse home. Ooh, he's hurting. Nice, taming's a 13. We didn't get them out though. That's fine. Actually, hang on, let me invis first. And sit down. Let's put Siphon Intellect back up there. Let's get rid of the Mez, and let's put Fear. Do you think Necro has a sufficiently distinct class identity when grouping? Yes. I can DPS, I can crowd control, I can backup heal, and I can even do all three at the same time. I most certainly do. The Necromancer is phenomenal. And I don't even main a Necromancer. Nobody dots better than a Necro. Nobody. Nobody buffs better than a Shaman. Nobody heals number-wise better than a Cleric. Unless a Druid with a tree, but that's more of a group-wide thing and not the individual. People just keep coming up with excuses and uneducated reasons as to why something doesn't work, and they just don't do the homework. I hate to say it, but I should be your guys' central knowledge base. I've grouped with all the... It's not that I just group with everybody. I've talked to everybody. I've talked to all the classes. I've had conversations. I know a lot about this game and all the classes in the game. I just don't play all the classes in the game. But you gotta trust me. There's nothing wrong with the classes in the game. If all you want to do is glass cannon and face roll your way to victory, this is not the game for you. I'm telling you. Stop following this game and go follow somebody else in some other game and figure out if that's a DPS and trophy game, and then go play that one. This is not that. I will tell you one thing. There are wizards out there that love grouping with me because they know that they're not going to get aggro. That's not a sentence you're going to hear from any other warrior. I've grouped with 2 wizards, new wizards, in the group at the same time, and I never lost aggro. In 3 hours. At Smoldering. 3 hours. You just have to learn your class. That's all it comes down to. Be the best at your class. Don't be like everybody else. Stand out. Now there's fear. So now the pet's chasing. We've got 18 seconds roughly if it doesn't break, and the dots are burning away. He's all the way over there. Now he's coming back. We're going to send him again. And then he's going to die. And there he goes. Didn't do any DP. Yes, what do you mean? Yes, they did. Stuff was melting in like no time. Again, the proof is there. You just got to go find it. Two level 10 wizards. How did you know, man? I didn't think you were there. What do you mean? That's right, you can't. And that's fact. That's fact fun. And it sounds crazy me saying it, because I've used it as a running joke for like the past year. But I've got lots of people talking in my ear that have said as such. And all I did was learn my class. That's it. I just learned how to play the warrior. That's it. It took a long time. Again, I'm 8 warriors in. How many of your class are you in? Not 8. We're not having the conversation. I have 2 level 50 warriors on this account right now. You sit there and go, why would you have 2 level 50 warriors? That's stupid. No, it isn't if you know why I did it. It's actually the smartest thing I could have done for your benefits. Man, this is easier than I thought it was going to be. There's no downtime. Now there's a bit of downtime, because I'm just chilling. Let's invis. Oh my goodness, Magello. I haven't seen Magello in decades. Dude, Magello used to be the jam for EQ. You get on there, people would talk about their tunes and whatnot. You get on there and take a look and see how they're geared. Magello, dude. I remember Magello, and then I think EQ Wire, I think, was the other one. EQ Wire was pretty solid also. I mean, Alakazam was the granddaddy of them all, and then 10-Ton Hammer. But Alakazam was the main resource. It had pretty much everything until EQ Traders came around and had all the trade skill stuff, and then EQ Traders became the penultimate resource for all things trade skill. power off early. Couldn't have planned that any better. That was like something out of a movie. Stopped right before me. Alright, let me visit myself. What time is it? We're getting close to 1, right? Yeah, it's almost 1 a.m. Hey, I am. Haven't played this since July. What's a good server to get in on? Stormona. It's the only server to play on for right now. I wouldn't recommend any other server. So jump in on Stormona and play for the next 3 months. The next server won't happen until sometime in May, if not June. That's just my guess. I think I'm going to be pretty close. I want to say May. So you've got plenty of time. 2.5 months, 3 months is plenty of time to get attuned to 50. So jump in, pick a class, play the game, you'll love it. I mean, feel free to check out my VODs. They're on YouTube as well. Feel free to come by the stream. We always talk about a bunch of stuff on stream. I show a lot of the content. You get to see all the things. No, it's not summer until June 21st. That's 3/4 of the way through the month, Dickie. They could launch the spring update on June 20th. Just saying. Anyhow, with that said, guys, I gotta get going because it's 1 a.m. I got work in the morning. To those of you that are still here, as always, I hope you guys enjoyed your time here. We had some fun tonight. We ran a pretty solid group, did some crazy stuff, pulled non-stop. It's pretty good. We'll be live tomorrow. Tomorrow being Tuesday, I'm not sure what the game plan is. Chances are we might start with something for the first hour or so until people get on, and then we'll jump into Pantheon, or maybe we'll jump on the Rogue and level the Rogue a bit in the beginning, and then see who's on tomorrow. Wednesday, if I remember, I think we might be on a raid Wednesday, so if you haven't seen the raid content in the game, we'll probably have the raid fight here on stream as well. Anyhow, before I keep yapping, you guys have yourselves a good night or good day, and I hope to see you guys in the next stream. Take care.